that even our interventions on international things, we are wishy-washy. Because of what? Because I don't know whether that 300 million I get from this country, I'll get it if I say what I really think. So that is why I said earlier on that the whole idea is, if we understand that we are our only friends, nobody else is our friend, it's ours. We are the only friends that we have, ourselves, nobody else. Let us not deceive ourselves and say what not, and all these things that are being said. At the end of the day, they've got a reason why they would never give you anything that they don't consider to be in their interest, to start with. They would never. Unless if we are talking about like a UN and all of that. But these other bilateral, what we call donations, they are definitely not healthy for us. But we are not saying, because we are in this situation, and we're in a situation that we can't do otherwise, we just have to keep on begging and accept whatever we're given, because we can't do otherwise. But as humans, as people of this continent, our ambition should be, we want to be self-sufficient. Hence, all these 2063 of the Africa We Want programs, because we want to be self-sufficient and independent and not depend on anybody.
Bravo, bravo, bravo à nos anciens. Bravo à ce souffle de panafricanisme que je sens auprès de cette personne, de ces aînés. Et donc, please, rejoignez vos places. Encore bravo. Et c'est le temps d'aller se restaurer. Bon appétit à tous.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your fruitful engagement and also insight. I'm looking for my program. We have one session left before we go to lunch. However, we will break now for lunch and come back at 2:30. Then we continue our session 4 and also delve into session 5 for the validation of APRM impact study. Thank you. Bon appétit.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, Saidati wa Saidati. Nous allons commencer notre 4e séance. Bien. Il s'agira donc des leçons à tirer, enfin les expériences des pays sur le renforcement de l'engagement des structures nationales. Et nous allons avoir affaire à la République du Tchad, donc qui va présenter les leçons tirées de la collaboration avec le Secretariat Continental. Ensuite, nous aurons la République du Kenya, qui va nous exposer les enseignements sur la promotion et la diffusion du MAEP auprès des multiples parties prenantes. Et enfin, la Zambie, sur les leçons sur le développement des capacités des structures nationales. Et tout ceci, chaque intervenant aura 15 minutes. Est-ce que le Tchad est prêt? Le Tchad n'est pas encore prêt. Alors, nous allons donc patienter que le Tchad se mette en ligne. Nous attendons que le Tchad se mette en ligne. Prenez place, mesdames et messieurs. Nous attendons que... Il est dans le mont Tibesti. Alors, le Tchad est encore en route, si j'ose dire. Alors, est-ce que entre le Kenya et la Zambie, est-ce qu'il y a un des participants qui est prêt à me rejoindre? C'est which country? Huh? Zambia is ready. Where is Zambia? Please, can you join? Oh. I'll left to take the mic.
I'd like them to beam the presentation.
Oh, presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So during this session, I'll be talking about the country experiences on deepening national structures experiences and lessons on developing the capacity of the National Secretariat. And I'll be your presenter. I'm Elizabeth Mwansa Silungwe. I'm a socioeconomic governance specialist from the Ministry of Justice and a member of the APRM National Secretariat. An outline. I'll give you the outline of my presentation. I'll start with a talk on Zambia's accession to the APRM, just to give you a little bit of background on when Zambia actually acceded to the APRM. Then what we did with the APRM after we became members, we translated into local languages. And then I'll talk about the national structure of the APRM in Zambia. Then I'll also talk about the strategies that we use for strengthening national structures in the country. And I'll give the outputs, what the team has done with APRM. Then I'll draw a conclusion, give lessons and challenges, and we end with recommendations. So when did Zambia accede to the APRM? In 2006, our former president, His Excellency, Dr. Levi Patrick Mwanawasa, late State Council, at the AU Summit, signed Zambia to be a member of the APRM. After we became members of the APRM, a National Governing Council was appointed to start running with the task, and they carried out national countrywide sensitizations on the APRM and distributed brochures of the APRM, because we need to sensitize the masses so that they get to know what the APRM is all about, because we believe the APRM also involves the people. So after the sensitizations was done with the people, we also, as a country, engaged technical research institutes who were to help us collect data in preparing a country self-assessment report, which was, when the country self-assessment report was done, it was validated by stakeholders, which comprise ministries, provinces, spending agencies, civil society organization, and others. What we also did, because Zambia is very rich in language, we've got about 72 languages as a country, but then again, what you might wish to know is that we can't have all the 72 languages, but as a country, there are 7 main languages which are part of the official languages, which covers the whole country. So you'll find, like, in the northern part of the country, you have people who speak Bemba, Luapula province, Muchinga, as well as the Copperbelt province and central Zambia, you'll find that they speak Bemba. Then in the northwestern region there, you have a group who speak 3 languages, Lunda, Luvale, Kawanda, very distinct. Then the other western province, you'll find Lozi speakers. In southern province, you'll find the people who speak Tonga. And then in the east and Lusaka province, you'll find people who speak Nyanja. So as a country, we were compelled to ensure that we translate the APRM also into local languages, so that the local people can also come on board and understand what this APRM is all about, so that it's not just in English, but we integrate the local people. So that's just a sample for you, just to show you how we actually translated the APRM into the 7 local languages that are official in our country. After this, in 2013, Zambia was peer-reviewed for its first time, and the country review report was done. And from here, we developed our NAPOA, which we've been implementing. And this NAPOA was again taken to all 10 provinces. We had provincial launches in all the 10 provinces. So again, we could give information to the people that now, apart from acceding, we've got a national plan of action, which we'll be actually working towards achieving. So next, what are we talking about? We're here to talk about our national structures for implementation of the APRM in Zambia and the NAPOA. So our structure is like that. We have His Excellency the President up there of the Republic. Then we have our focal point person. We have the National Governing Council. We have the National Secretariat, as well as the APM desk officers. So let's break that down. So His Excellency the President, like some positions are given, is the Republican President at that level. Then the focal point person for Zambia is the Honorable Minister of Justice. Then we have the National Governing Council. It currently has 11 members. We have 1 professional staff from National Assembly. We have professional staff from the Judiciary, 1 also from the Executive. Then we have 1 professional staff from the University. We have then one professional with expertise in anti-corruption. Then we have 4 professions with expertise in the APRM thematic areas. We have 2 representatives from civil society organizations, of which one of them should be a youth representative. Then if we look, we move to the National Secretariat. The National Secretariat comprises staff from Governance Department in the Ministry of Justice, where I belong. And under here, we have 11 members of staff serving as the National Secretariat. Out of those 11 members of staff, we have the head of the National Secretariat, which is the Director Governance. We have a monitoring and evaluation specialist who's also appointed as a National Desk Officer for APRM. Then we also have a socioeconomic specialist, which is the position I'm occupying. We have an access to justice specialist, democracy and political governance specialist, economic governance specialist, corporate governance analyst, transparency and accountability analyst, access to justice analyst, data management and communication analyst, and a human rights analyst. That's National Secretariat. From there, we cascade down to the APRM desk officers. These are professional staff from ministries, statutory bodies, institutions, such as the Anti-Corruption Commission. Then when we move to provincial level, we use provincial planners in all 10 provinces. At district level, we use planning officers. That's for all 117 districts. Then how are these members appointed to these national structures? So the focal point person, like I said earlier, this is the Minister of Justice. Just by portfolio itself, the minister responsible for promoting good governance in the country and justice, that's who becomes the focal point person. So right now that portfolio belongs to the Minister of Justice. Then we have NGC members. These are appointed by cabinet. They are given terms of reference. They develop a work plan and budget for APRM activities. Then we have the National APRM Secretariat. Like I said earlier, this is sitting under the Ministry of Justice, Governance Department, because that's a department mandated to promote good governance in the country. So they were given the position of National Secretariat based on what the department does. And then this is the body that provides supports to the NGC. Then we have, so when you're appointed to serve in governance department, automatically you become a member of the National Secretariat. Then we have the APRM desk officers. These are appointed by the Secretary to the Cabinet through a Cabinet circular. The Secretary to the Cabinet did a circular to all ministries, appointing APRM desk officers who are usually planners. At provincial level and at district level, the chief planner is the one who actually also assumes the role of APRM district officers. So even for purposes of planning, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting on progress made on implementation of, if I can call it NAPOA, because that's what we call it at home, the NPOA, these are the people who actually help us collect information and implement at those levels. So what strategies have we been putting in place to strengthen our national structures? So even in terms of appointment, like I said earlier, we've involved cabinet, the Secretary to the Cabinet. As you know, cabinet under the executive is the highest policy and decision-making body. So appointments to the National Governing Council is actually done by cabinet. These people are actually vetted, and then they're appointed by cabinet. And then for all the others, like Secretariat, of course, is conveyed by Secretary to the Cabinet through the Public Service Management Division. Then you also have the desk officers who are appointed through a cabinet circular by the Secretary to the Cabinet. Then we also, the other strategy we use is we also make sure that, as you all know, if you're part of the National Youth Secretariat, you know that this is a body that actually does the runaround, the everyday business for ensuring that APRM programs are actually implemented in accordance with how the NGC has actually done the work plan. So the National Secretariat, we try to maintain close collaboration with the desk officers as you chase around and find out on progress, have we planned, how are we doing, and all these things. So the National Secretariat, actually, we try to work in close contact with the desk officers. Then also what was done is we integrated implementation of the National Plan of Action on NAPOA into our existing structures, because as a country, we decided to use existing structures to implement NAPOA or APRM programs, because we found it was going to be actually more effective and quicker to leverage on existing structures. So we used the National Development Plan structures, which are actually structured right from national level to provincial level, district level, right up to ward levels, so that all the programs for APRM are integrated into these processes, and they can quickly and smoothly flow through to right down to the smallest unit of implementation. Then also the NGC, in 2017, they decided to develop a strategic plan for implementing the NAPOA. And then also we do capacity building for focal point persons. You know, the focal point position is a political position. It belongs to the Minister of Justice. So if there's a change in appointments or the minister is entered and you get a new minister, it means you need to build the capacity of that minister on issues to do with APRM. Also, NGC members, you might wish to know that as a country, we have a new NGC that has come in. The country decided to appoint a new team as NGC members, and this was done in January this year. And so we do orientation. Equally, the National Secretariat, whenever there are new members, also orientation and other capacity building is done for them, especially in the APRM thematic areas, including the desk officers. So we do a lot of orientation, training, and holding workshops on APRM processes and their thematic areas whenever we can. Then another thing that used to happen in the past when we were more financially empowered, ever since in the morning, everybody has been expressing how we've been experiencing financial challenges regarding implementation of APRM programs. As a country as well, we have been going through those challenges. You'll see them as I talk about the challenges. So earlier on, there were study tours done, like with Kenya, where the National Secretariat and the Zambian National Secretariat were able to compare notes and learn from each other. So there's a sample of the strategic plan that was done for implementation of the NAPOA in 2017, so that we could be more strategic in how we implement the NAPOA, as well as look at resource mobilization, which was proving to be thorny. So there I'm trying to show you the structures. Like we said, we've integrated the APRM into other national programs and structures. So this is those are the structures that we use using the National Development Plan process. If you see, that structure is called the National Development Coordinating Committee. It's at the apex. This is at national level. This is a body which the National Development process uses at national level to see how we're monitoring and review and get feedback on how we are implementing programs. Then we also have cluster advisory groups, the different clusters. Like we have one on good governance. This cluster strictly speaks to good governance issues as a cluster, and that's where you'd also be able to get APRM feedback. Then at provincial level, because like I said earlier, I showed you in the map, Zambia is divided into 10 provinces. So even at provincial level, we have what are called provincial development coordinating committees, representing all the 10 provinces. So at this level as well, you're able to get feedback on how you are implementing the programs. Then when you move down to district level, we have about 117 districts. At this level, there's also a similar structure, which is the district development coordinating committees. These bodies, they are also able to integrate and give you feedback on APRM processes. Reporting, I've spoken about that. We've integrated APRM into our national development process. So this is what helps us to give feedback on how we're doing on APRM processes. Even when we go for the country reviews and all that, these are the same structures and the stakeholders that we call together. Then after information is sent back, we get the information right from district level to the center. It is consolidated by the National Secretariat, and then the NGC comes up with a country report, which they prepare, which is then validated by all stakeholders. After it's validated, it's submitted to Cabinet for clearance before it's submitted to the APRM National Secretariat. So throughout the process, this is some of the documents and reports that have been done by the NGC with support from the Continental Secretariat, right from the first time when we had the country assessment report, the first country implementation report, the second report, we have the strategic plan, we have a targeted review. Zambia has been peer reviewed twice, but then we've also had targeted reviews, one in the mining sector, the other in the tourism sector, and then the last country assessment report, that's the last document, which was done in December last year. We had our second generation review in December, so that's the report you see at the end. So these are some of the works. There are others which we probably haven't discussed, but these are like some of the main reports that are there that we've been able to do. So I've talked about our national structures and what we're doing and how we're implementing APRM and its NAPOA. So now, what have we learned from it? What are the challenges we've experienced? Integration of the APRM into our existing national structures and programs has actually worked well for us, because that means we didn't have to create new structures. It was something that could flow through the existing structures, and this has helped us actually in implementing as well as budgeting for these activities, because like we said earlier, the finances, it's really been a challenge on resource mobilization. So with what the state has, the ministries and spending agencies, we've been able to try and implement our activities under the APRM through these processes. So for us, integration of APRM in our national structures and existing programs has actually helped us. Then resource constraints, I've spoken about this, we've heard about this the whole morning, and how I think we really, really need to re-strategize if we're going to keep APRM alive. The shrinking fiscal space. Most of us, our countries, the fiscal space for other programs, especially if you've got a huge debt burden like Zambian has, we've now got a national disaster with the drought and all these things that are happening, you know that the fiscal space for some of these programs is shrinking, and programs under, I would say like under APRM becomes soft ground, because then the money, most of the funds will have to go to these other bigger programs, which are taking center stage for countries who are going through some of the challenges we're going through. So it's really, we've been finding challenges in actually implementing some of these APRM programs. So you'll find that maybe some programs that you were supposed to implement, even the time you're supposed to implement them, they get delayed because of these financial constraints. Equally, cooperating partners have proved to be, their support has really, really dropped at country level to the APRM process, and I think I agree with Ambassador Chinga and what he said, that we really need to find African solutions, because we need to be more sustaining financially when it comes to these programs. Because really they are for Africa and for changing Africa. Nobody's going to change Africa till we change it ourselves. Then changes in management, they also affect the APRM process. Like earlier, we've also heard sentiments on this. The vision carrier goals, we've seen APM suffer because most vision carriers who began with the APRM and built the momentum, there's been quite a lot of changes, so that has affected the program. There's also been a lot of the issues on visibility and loss of momentum, like what I'm talking about, very related. So we said, like for our country, over 60% of the founding members and even the NGC, they had left. So like I said earlier, to address this issue and see how we can revive the momentum and see how we can improve the implementation of APRM, in January, Cabinet decided to replace the old APRM. They've kept about 3 old members for institutional memory and all. And So we have a new team of 11 experts, and we've tried to follow the thematic areas. So we have people bringing in expertise, bringing in new blood, new ideas, and see how our country, as a country, we can continue running with the APRM. Then we also needed that we need to intensify. In the beginning, APRM, when we had good funding and all, there was a lot of sensitization that would actually do with the stakeholders, and everybody was speaking APRM because there's always change going on, people move, and so we saw that in the past, because we were able to keep the momentum and constantly sing the song of APRM, most of the stakeholders knew about APRM. So what are we saying? What are we recommending to move forward? We're saying there's a need to enhance visibility of APRM. I agree with all the earlier speakers who spoke about this issue, starting from our first presenter from Sierra Leone. There's also need for enhanced capacity building of NGCs, National Secretariat, and strengthen the links with the Continental Secretariat. We're strongly advocating that if Continental Secretariat can enhance its capacity of working closer with the National Secretariat as well, so that we build each other more, and because these structures, again, we're saying there's a lot of turnover at national level, so we need to keep that spirit going. And there's a need to also facilitate more of peer learning and exchange program, where you can have, whether it's national secretariat to national secretariat, like what we said earlier, a national secretariat from this member state goes and learns what is happening with this. So there's like national secretariat to national secretariat, Continental Secretariat to Continental Secretariat. If we can have more of this collaboration also at NGC level. NGC Senegal should be able to speak to NGC Zambia. We have this, and so we'll be building each other and keeping the momentum going, because this is an African initiative which needs to survive on us feeling as one, not really as isolated and only singing to this song when we meet as a team at these small meetings, which is just for a privileged few. But if you look at it, implementation is for a larger masses. So if we could intensify on this interaction is very important. I don't know whether it's an African thing or maybe, but I think interaction, comparing notes, I think it's very important for learning. Also, we also need to consider including evaluation of national structures, because usually when we are being peer reviewed or we are doing a self-assessment, we don't know about other countries, but Zambia, we don't evaluate or monitor the progress of how the national structures are functioning. And we feel it's something that maybe should be looked at. The way we evaluate the different thematic areas, maybe even the way the Secretariat or the national structures are operating, we need to put in a measure and see how we can evaluate this, because it will also help us on learning and making our structures better, because these structures is what will actually make APRM succeed or not succeed. So it's important to come in, evaluate how our structure is working, where can we improve, what can be done, and all that. We would appreciate. Also, just like we go and see that how the structure in another member state is working, and we learn. There's also a need to share more lessons on resource mobilization. Resource mobilization has been spoken about, and then see how we can become more self-sustaining so that we can actually continue with APRM. APRM is very important. Good governance is what is going to develop Africa, and it's one mechanism that can really, really help us improve on our governance issues that Africa is suffering from. So resource mobilization, very key. Whatever activities you need to do, you need to ensure that you've got the resources. So it's a very key issue there. So with that, I come to the end of the presentation for Zambia. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Brillant exposé donc de Madame Elisabeth Silungwe, qui nous a présenté le cas d'un pays, visiblement qui a déjà fait beaucoup de choses, qui a adhéré en 2006 et qui a quand même fait sa première revue d'évaluation en 2013, ce qui est quand même à féliciter. Et elle a ressorti le fait que dans la sensibilisation de ce processus, et ça devrait inspirer tous nos pays africains par rapport, je ne dirais pas les barrières linguistiques, mais la diversité linguistique que nous avons dans nos pays, les ethnies et puis les langues nationales, qui constituent effectivement une très grande richesse. Voilà pourquoi il faut que vos enfants parlent les dialectes et les patois. Mais pour pouvoir justement faire la promotion d'un processus tel que celui-ci, qui est destiné à faire progresser les conditions économiques et sociales des populations, et il est à féliciter que 7 langues nationales officielles ont fait l'objet d'une traduction des documents dans un pays qui a 72 langues. Donc ça, c'est vraiment à féliciter. Et elle nous a dit également qu'actuellement, le rapport est actuellement mis en œuvre, notamment le plan d'action national. Ensuite, elle nous a présenté la structuration de la gouvernance, en fait, de la structure de son pays, qui compte 11 spécialistes donc pour chaque thématique. Et le point focal étant le ministre de la Justice. Et je trouvais assez intéressant, c'est que souvent en politique, il y a un turnover assez important au niveau du personnel politique. Je suis bien placé pour vous en parler. Et souvent, quand les hommes politiques quittent des postes ministériels et que ceux qui arrivent par la suite, souvent il y a souvent une espèce de chambardement, on recommence, etc. Et ça, je trouve ça original qu'ils fassent des séances de formation pour le point focal qui prend en fait les fonctions. Et là, il faut saluer la modestie aussi, et l'humilité de ce ministre, de ce point focal qui accepte d'être formé, parce que généralement dans nos pays, les ministres pensent qu'ils sont sortis de la cuisse de Jupiter, et qu'ils savent tout, que c'est des savants, alors qu'au fond, il n'y a pas de diplôme pour être ministre. Alors, et puis, j'ai salué effectivement la collaboration qu'il y a eu entre la Zambie et le Kenya. Ça, c'est vraiment une très bonne chose. C'est conformément justement à cette ambition de l'intégration de nos pays. Bon, évidemment, après, elle a développé tous les aspects concernant les évaluations ciblées. Donc, première adhésion en 2006, première évaluation en 2013, ensuite évaluation ciblée des secteurs touristiques et miniers. C'est à féliciter. Ensuite, il y a une intégration du MAEP dans toutes les structures nationales. Et puis, comme tous les pays, il y a quelques difficultés au niveau budgétaire et financier sur les conséquences qui souvent les budgets sont affectés par quelques, disons, situations conjoncturelles, inondations liées au changement climatique. Elle est d'accord sur ce qui a été développé auparavant, le précédent panel, un des panels, qu'il fallait que les structures nationales arrivent à leur autonomisation pour plus d'efficacité. Ensuite, nous a informé qu'actuellement, il y a eu une espèce de ralentissement au niveau du processus et que 73% des membres ont été remplacés. hein, donc, pour relancer le processus. Et donc, il faut aussi noter le fait qu'en Zambie, ils arrivent à faire l'évaluation de leur structure nationale. Et donc, voilà, madame, bref, rappel de votre brillante intervention, et je retiens l'idée principale, c'est l'autonomisation du MAEP. Bravo à vous. Maintenant, you stay here, you stay because I have some questions. Il y aura des questions, non, je crois, il y aura des questions. C'est après. Bon, mais you can stay. Alors, est-ce que le Tchad est prêt? Si le Tchad n'est pas prêt, c'est... Ok, Kenya.
Le Tchad, bonjour à tout le monde, le Tchad est bien prêt. Hein?
Ok, d'accord, le Tchad étant prêt, sorry for the Kenya. Le Tchad étant prêt, eh bien, sans plus tarder, nous vous accordons la parole pour un quart d'heure.
Bien, bonjour, mesdames, messieurs, distingués participants à ce 6e forum. D'abord, je voudrais vous demander de m'excuser pour ma voix parce que je traîne encore avec moi une petite angine, j'allais dire rebelle. Je voudrais, avant toute chose, féliciter le président de la Commission nationale de gouvernance du MAEP Congo, M. Atipo, pour l'admirable modération des travaux en ce moment. Je voudrais également souhaiter très bon vent au professeur Eddy Maloka qui nous quitte après environ 8 ans de collaboration, d'échange, de travail mis en commun, etc. Et nous n'oublierons pas de souhaiter bienvenue et félicitations à la nouvelle directrice générale du Secrétariat continental du MAEP. Il nous a été demandé d'échanger sur les expériences, les leçons que le MAEP Tchad a tirées dans sa collaboration avec le Secrétariat continental du MAEP. Donc, en guise d'introduction, nous voudrions signaler que la République du Tchad a adhéré le 26 janvier 2013, au mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs, et par cette adhésion, le Tchad est devenu le 33e pays membre de cet instrument typiquement africain d'amélioration de la gouvernance, et cela sur les 44 enregistrés à ce jour. Durant la mise en œuvre du processus du MAEP, les structures nationales du MAEP Tchad qui ont été mises en place ont beaucoup appris des expériences des 17 pays aînés qui étaient déjà évalués ou qui étaient en cours d'évaluation quand le Tchad a adhéré au mécanisme. Maintenant, comme nous l'avions dit, il s'agit beaucoup plus principalement de voir quel type de collaboration nous avons eu avec le Secrétariat continental du MAEP. Mais avant cela, peut-être que nous pouvons jeter un coup d'œil sur les activités, quelques activités et quelques dates repères dans la mise en œuvre du processus du MAEP par les structures nationales du MAEP Tchad. Nous l'avions dit, le 26 janvier 2013, le Tchad est devenu donc le 33e pays sur les 44 que compte le mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs. D'avril à novembre 2013, il y a eu des efforts pour mettre en place, installer les structures nationales, le cabinet du point focal, la Commission nationale de gouvernance, le Secrétariat national. Et ensuite, en août 2013, il y a eu le lancement officiel des activités de mise en œuvre du processus du MAEP au Tchad. Nous avons eu le plaisir de recevoir en décembre 2014 la mission d'appui du MAEP continental et qui est arrivée au Tchad pour travailler avec nous pendant quelques jours. Ensuite, nous avons pu, en collaboration avec le Secrétariat continental du MAEP, nous avons pu procéder au recrutement des instituts techniques de recherche et qui devraient nous accompagner dans la mise en œuvre du processus. Nous avons eu un atelier d'appropriation sur le MAEP à l'attention des structures nationales du MAEP-Tchad en novembre 2014. Nous avons eu un atelier d'appropriation sur le questionnaire pays révisé et sur le processus d'auto-évaluation de la gouvernance, et cela toujours à l'attention des structures nationales du MAEP-Tchad et également à l'attention des instituts techniques de recherche qui ont été déjà recrutés. Nous avons ensuite organisé un atelier de validation des instruments d'enquête. C'était en février 2015. Et il y a eu par la suite les missions des instituts techniques de recherche sur le terrain pour pouvoir faire des enquêtes, cela pendant tout le mois de mars 2015. Le rapport national d'auto-évaluation assorti d'un plan préliminaire d'action a été envoyé au MAEP Continental en octobre 2015. Et il y a ensuite eu une mission d'évaluation pays qui est arrivée en mars 2016. Et après cela, le panel des éminentes personnalités a pu donc examiner le rapport qui leur a été présenté et a approuvé ce rapport. Ce rapport d'évaluation de la gouvernance au Tchad a été présenté par le chef de l'État tchadien, paix à son âme, en janvier 2017. Ensuite, après la présentation de ce rapport d'évaluation de la gouvernance, nous avons procédé à une restructuration du MAEP-Tchad, à la présentation publique du rapport sur le Tchad sur toute l'étendue du territoire, et nous avons commencé des activités de suivi et évaluation de la phase de mise en œuvre du plan national d'action. Voilà donc pour ce qui concerne les principales activités et quelques dates repères en ce qui concerne les activités qui ont été menées par les structures nationales du MAEP-Tchad. Qu'en est-il pendant tout ce parcours-là de la collaboration entre les structures nationales du MAEP-Tchad et le Secretariat continental du MAEP? Globalement, disons que la collaboration a été franche, étroite, avec tout le staff, y compris avec le directeur général. Collaboration, par exemple, lorsque nous étions en train d'élaborer les termes de référence pour le recrutement des instituts techniques de recherche. Collaboration également lors de la mission d'appui du MAEP continental au Tchad. Collaboration également dans des ateliers qui ont été organisés et qui ont permis au personnel des structures nationales du MAEP-Tchad de renforcer leurs capacités. Nous avons eu également à échanger des expériences avec la Côte d'Ivoire, avec le Niger, et le Tchad a été l'objet, si on peut considérer les documents qui sont disponibles maintenant, le Tchad a été l'objet d'évaluation initiale qui a été présentée, nous l'avions dit, en janvier 2017, d'une évaluation ciblée sur les changements anticonstitutionnels de gouvernement, et le Tchad a également accepté de faire l'étude d'impact du MAEP sur la gouvernance au Tchad. Donc ça, c'est en ce qui concerne les documents. Mais nous retiendrons, nous avons en tête un souvenir très important de cette collaboration étroite avec le secrétariat continental, c'est quand, sous le mandat du chef de l'État tchadien, il a été retenu de faire de sorte que le MAEP intègre l'Union africaine comme agence spécialisée dans la gouvernance, et cela en prenant en compte également les aspects budgétaires. Et donc, le MAEP continental a dépêché un cadre à Addis Abeba, le Tchad également a dépêché un cadre à Addis Abeba. Nous nous sommes retrouvés et nous avons, pendant un peu plus d'une semaine, étroitement travaillé pour que finalement le MAEP puisse être considéré comme une agence spécialisée auprès de l'Union africaine, mais également que le budget soit pris en compte. Bien sûr, quand nous parlons d'étroite collaboration, de franche collaboration, en matière de gestion des ressources humaines, en matière de de collaboration. Il y a eu certes des moments d'incompréhension, il y a eu certes quelquefois, par exemple, ce que nous considérons comme une lenteur administrative. Par exemple, quelquefois, c'est au dernier moment que nous recevons les termes de référence pour certains ateliers. C'est au dernier moment que, par exemple, pour ce qui concerne les titres de voyage ou autre chose, les programmes, par exemple, c'est au dernier moment que nous recevons, mais quelquefois, après des explications, nous comprenons qu'il y a peut-être des procédures à suivre et ces procédures ont peut-être un peu plus tard. Donc voilà, en gros, si on peut retenir quelque chose, c'est que la collaboration entre les structures nationales et le secrétariat continental du Mayer, c'est une collaboration franche, étroite, même s'il y a quelques incompréhensions qu'on peut relever. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et nous restons à votre disposition en cas de questions ou
Problème technique du son.
des structures nationales du Mayer-Tchad. Merci beaucoup.
Très bien, bravo. Le Tchad, que dire? C'est un exemple, j'allais dire, presque parfait. Adhésion donc en 2013 et ensuite 2014, mission d'appui du MAP Continental, collaboration sur le recrutement des ITR, collaboration sur les appuis donc, sur le pays, travail sur la validation des instruments donc, concernant les enquêtes qui devaient être menées par les ITR. Octobre 2015, le rapport est préparé. Et 2016, janvier 2017, présentation par le maréchal Idriss Déby. Je me permets de dire que c'est quand même un homme d'exception. Quand j'étais au gouvernement, j'étais son ministre accompagnateur. Je peux vous dire que c'est un homme extraordinaire, humainement parlant. C'est une parenthèse, paix à son âme. Et je note effectivement que le Tchad a eu une très franche collaboration avec le staff et bien entendu le directeur général. C'est un état d'esprit qui, moi, dès le départ, vraiment m'a marqué. Je crois que c'est une brochette, j'allais dire, de compatriotes africains qui, dans leur culture professionnelle, sont vraiment au niveau international. Et également un renforcement des capacités, échange également avec des pays tels que le Niger, que j'avais visité, et la Côte d'Ivoire également. Et quelque chose d'assez novateur, hein, c'est cette évaluation ciblée sur les changements anticonstitutionnels que le Tchad, dont on connaît quand même l'histoire très tumultueuse, hein, qui demande donc cette évaluation ciblée. Et révélation aussi importante de cette décision qui a été prise au Tchad pour faire en sorte que le MAEP et le Secretariat continental soient considérés comme une agence spécialisée auprès de l'Union africaine et qu'il y ait une prise en compte des aspects budgétaires. On est donc au cœur même des sujets que nous avons abordés ici. Alors je note qu'évidemment il y a eu quelques moments d'incompréhension, mais ça c'est lorsqu'il y a des personnes assez lumineuses qui se rencontrent, il y a toujours des étincelles. Donc c'était dans la bonne direction. Donc merci à la présentation du Tchad et félicitations une nouvelle fois. Et il reste en ligne au cas où il y aurait des questions, hein, puisqu'il n'est pas avec nous. Et maintenant, nous allons demander au Kenya, please, de nous rejoindre. 15 minutes.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, those who are here physically, and those who are following online, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we wake up a little bit? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Very good. Thank you very much. My name is Samori Okuya. I am the CEO at NEPAD APRM Kenya Secretariat, and very, very glad that I was given the opportunity to come and share in this session on country experiences, on deepening National Secretariat's structures engagement, specifically case study of Kenya's county peer review mechanism, and also publicizing and cascading APRM across multiple stakeholders. I was very impressed by my sister's presentation from Zambia. And truly, this is an opportunity for member states to come and share experiences and learn best practices and be able to take them back and be able to implement them so that we can really be effective in our issues around the promotion of good governance. So I want to request them to continue the next part of the slide so that we can start off. Move to the next. I have, okay. So the outline of the presentation basically will have the background, county peer review mechanism, lessons on cascading APRM and CPRM, which I'll talk about, lessons on publicizing the APRM, and then we shall have a Q&A session. The background, the NEPAD APRM Kenya Secretariat is a semi-autonomous government agency under the National Treasury and Economic Planning Ministry, and was established in September 2002 through a presidential order. You realize that our secretariat actually has two continental mandates under one roof. That is APRM and the New Partnership for Africa Development. The establishment is through a legal gazette notice, number that 6225 of 2002, with subsequent reorganization in June 2016, where the two mandates were merged, NEPAD National Steering Committee and the APRM Governing Council into one body, which now we have as known as the NEPAD APRM Kenya Secretariat. The focal point of the Secretariat, of course, is the Cabinet Secretary, who, of course, is in charge of the Secretariat's affair in line with the provisions of the AUDA, NEPAD, and APRM Continental protocols. The Secretariat is responsible for the overall coordination and implementation of NEPAD and APRM activities in Kenya and in the East African region. Now you realize different countries, different member state countries have different structures in terms of operations and of course with regards to anchorage. With the NEPAD APRM Kenya Secretariat, the anchorage is under a legal notice or a gazette notice. Whereas I know there are some member states that may have already entrenched the mandates into their national constitution. We as a country, Kenya, we are actually in the process of developing two policy documents, one on peer reviews and the other one on the implementation of Agenda 2063, which focuses on the NEPAD initiatives. And of course, eventually have the NEPAD APRM Kenya Secretariat bill, which will now be anchored in the national constitution. Kenya acceded to the APRM in 2003 and has undergone two comprehensive governance reviews, which was 2006 and 2017. Kenya has undergone through a targeted review on government agenda and cross-cutting issues which were identified in the second country review. The second country review was able to identify areas that were supposed to be undertaken and taken into consideration by the government. And after they were adopted and the government had considered those issues and made progressive mileage on addressing those issues, we ended up now picking up on those four agendas to have a targeted review, and of course with cross-cutting issues ranging from youth unemployment, diversity management, and so forth. Kenya pioneered the second generation country reviews. Kenya also pioneered the implementation of the National Governance Reporting Framework. Now this is the structure of the Secretariat. Pretty much like what my sister from Zambia shared with us, but ours is a little bit different. Of course, we have the focal point, which is the Minister for National Treasury and Economic Planning, who is the focal point, whereas I think Zambia was Minister of Justice. And then, of course, below the focal point, that is the Minister for National Treasury and Economic Planning, we have the National Governing Council. The National Governing Council, unlike Zambia, we have 9 members. 5 of them are independent, drawn from different respective fields, and then 3 of them are representatives from Foreign Affairs, Economic Planning, and National Treasury. And of course, then the chair that makes it 9 of them. And then below, of course, the National Governing Council is the Chief Executive Officer. And below the Chief Executive Officer, we have 3 directorates. We have the NEPA Directorate, which focuses on the New Partnership for Africa Development Initiatives. Then we have the APRM and Governance Directorate that now focuses on APRM-related issues, and the Corporate Services Directorate that really provides support to these 2 technical directorates. Now, these 2 technical directorates are further organized below them into divisions on units that focus on the 4 and the 5 thematic areas, respectively, that are assigned to them. And then, of course, we have other support units, legal services unit, public relations and communication, and then we also have supply chain, and then internal audits. So that is the structure of the Secretariat. Quite massive, quite big. At the moment, our capacity is at 45, but we have an impost of 35, and we are possibly going to be expanding because of the mandate, expanded mandate, to up to about 86 staff. So now I want to talk about how we are cascading the APRM across the multiple stakeholders. The county peer review mechanism is a mirror image of the Africa peer review mechanism. We have decided to cascade the Africa peer review mechanism to the subnational level, where county governments and county governors, just as heads of states, peer review each other at the continental level. We also are going to have the governors peer review at the subnational level. So the Kenya government, through the Resolution 32 of the 4th Annual Devolution Conference of 2017, agreed with the county governments to participate in the APRM so as to improve governance and service delivery performance at the subnational level. This resolution added impetus to the initiative of cascading APRM to the subnational level, paving way to the county peer review mechanism. The implementation of the county peer review mechanism was the Secretariat, in consultation, of course, with the Council of Governors and various other stakeholders, were able to develop the CPRM to cascade the APRM agenda to the counties. A CPRM will allow the counties' governments to self-evaluate, engage in peer reviews, document key achievements, identify best practices, and promote peer learning. The implementation of CPRM is being done in 10 counties. That was in 10 stages, and initially we had designated pilot to 8 counties, but because of the interest that it generated and towards the governors, we now have 12 counties that have acceded to the mechanism. We have 12 counties that have already generated their self-assessment reports and reviews, and they have already been validated, and we are looking at having a summit, a CPRM summit, towards the end of this financial year, which is the last week of June, where governors will have an opportunity to peer review each other at the subnational level. The implementation of the CPRM is being done in 10 stages. Number one, sensitization of the counties' representatives, which involve deliberations with the key stakeholders in their respective counties. Number two, recruitment of the research team, where the research team is recruited internally, of course, in the counties. County self-assessment. The research assistants and county officials will consolidate the county self-assessment report from the secondary information in the county. Training of the research team. The research assistants are trained in the use of the CPRM tools and the entire review process. Pre-testing of the CPRM tools, which will be done to evaluate the understanding and testing the application. Then there will be the data collection, analysis, and data compilation, which will be done using the focus group discussions and key informant interviews. And then validation process of the report, where there will be verification and validation. It will be spearheaded by the CPA panel eminent persons. Just like at the continental level, we also have 9 panel members drawn from different fields, luminaries in their professions, people who have got absolute no interest in political issues and county issues, and who are very sober in terms of validating the reports, the self-assessment reports. And then presentation of the CRR, the county review report, to the county government. Report will be presented to the county government for factual verifications, comments, ownership, and endorsement by the county government. The county program of action will be generated from that, included into the CRR, which prepared and appended to the county review report. And then, of course, finally, like I mentioned, we'll have the summit, the national summit, where the county governors will have an opportunity to peer review each other at the subnational level. So what are the lessons on cascading APRM with regards to the county peer review mechanism? Number one, local stakeholder engagement. Of course, the success of the CPRM in Kenya hinges on the active engagement of local stakeholders, including county governments, executives, who are actually called ministers at the national level, the legislature, civil society organizations, youth, women, people with disabilities, business community, community leaders, and county local residents. Second lesson is capacity building at the county level. Kenya prioritizes building the capacity of county officials and community members to understand and engage with the CPRM process effectively. It is being done and will be done through sensitization and training in workshops. Localization of APRM tools. The Secretariat worked with county governments and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to contextualize APRM tools, ensuring their relevance and applicability to the unique challenges and opportunities facing each county based on the 14 constitutional devolved functions and the cross-cutting issues, which include corruption, youth unemployment, management, diversity, etc., etc. Aligning with devolution agenda, integration of the CPRM into Kenya's devolution agenda was critical for ensuring that county governments are fully committed to the CPRM process. And then recognition of county specificities, recognition of the unique governance dynamics and challenges of each county, thereby adopting a flexible and adaptive approach to cascading the APRM. This involves providing tailor-made support and technical assistance to counties based on their specific needs and priorities. And of course, customized communication strategies, which basically involve the utilization of local languages. And I like the way my sister from Zambia did mention how they have been able to utilize local languages in the process, in their processes, in the review processes. And this is something that we are also pursuing as a country. Community radio stations and traditional communication channels to ensure that the CPRM messages resonates with the citizens at the grassroots level. Establishing of county coordination team, important to establish a local team at the county level to coordinate the implementation of the CPRM, and also to be able to carry out the monitoring and evaluation at the county level and track progress of the CPRM. One of the things that we realize is that most of the time we normally generate very good reviews, but then we don't really track the implementation of these reviews, the recommendations that have been captured in the implementation. So implementations that have been captured in the recommendations rather. And so I think it's important that the establishment of the county coordination team comes into existence so they can be able to take care of that through what we are going to call the county program of action, which is very similar to the one at the continental level that we call the national program of action. Establishment of national coordination team, a national team established to coordinate implementation of the CPRM process. Of course, this team will eventually take lead in organizing for county level CPRM summits, where we are going to have it in June, as I mentioned earlier on, where counties can share experiences, best practices, and lessons learned in the promotion of good governance for balanced socioeconomic development at the local level. So what are the lessons on publicizing the APRM across multiple stakeholders? Number one, integration into the national policies and strategies. To ensure that the APRM findings are mainstreamed into government priorities and actions, enhancing the alignment between APRM process and national development objectives, sensitization was done to policymakers, program implementers, and beneficiaries. Number two, capacity building initiatives. This includes organizing sensitization and training workshops to enhance stakeholder understanding of APRM principles, methodologies, and reporting requirements. Number three, of course, the issue around the strategic communication strategies. Kenya, of course, has raised a lot of awareness around APRM among stakeholders through the normal, traditional, and conventional media approaches, and of course, social media and other outreach programs, which have actually been beneficial with regards to the dissemination of the information that is required to reach the citizens. Inclusive stakeholder engagement. The national APRM structure allows for collaboration with government institutions, civil society, organizations, private sector entities, academia, faith-based organizations, youth, women, persons with disability, and grassroots communities, among others, to ensure broad-based participation and ownership of the APRM. Monitoring and evaluation mechanism. This involves regular follow-up, of course, like I mentioned earlier on. The way we are doing it at the national level, we are also doing it at the sub-national level. Thank you very much for your audience. And just in conclusion, I wish to just mention and say this. I think let's take advantage of the fact that we are all here under one roof to share experiences so that we can be able to go and streamline and make our national structures much more effective in the provision of, in the promotion of the provision of good governance in our countries. I thank you.
Dr. Samori, you speak a little bit fast. En tout cas, très très bien, très belle présentation, parce que on découvre que au Kenya, le secrétariat est une agence semi-autonome, semi-autonome, et que il y a des documents qui sont élaborés pour pouvoir justement intégrer toute l'ambition qu'incarne l'agenda 2063. Une disposition constitutionnelle sera prise pour inscrire le processus, si je ne me trompe pas, dans la Constitution. Ensuite, deux évaluations ciblées ont déjà été effectuées. Une pour pouvoir analyser les lacunes et les points faibles. Et 4 plans pour une évaluation ciblée sont enclenchés, notamment parmi lesquels se trouve le chômage des jeunes. Une structure qui a 45 employés et il y a une perspective d'augmentation du personnel. Et dans si j'ai bien suivi, dans l'organisation, la structuration du processus au niveau de son pays, il y a une sorte de reproduction de l'organisation au niveau continental, dans le sens où il y a des structures par comté, donc il y a 10 comtés, et le processus ayant tellement séduit d'autres comtés, il y a 2 autres comtés qui vont se rajouter, et chaque comté fait son rapport, et il y a au niveau de son pays, de leur pays, une sorte de panel d'experts qui recueille les différents rapports qui sont élaborés par les différentes équipes donc, au niveau des comtés. Il y a 9 membres du panel, des personnes donc sobres, sérieuses. Et évidemment, tout cela aboutit à un plan national d'action. Et un sommet national va être organisé avec les gouverneurs nationaux qui pourront évaluer leurs différents programmes, leurs différentes évaluations. Et ils considèrent qu'effectivement, d'après la présentation qui a été faite, le Kenya est un pays référence et le succès est occasionné par le fait que toutes les forces actives du pays prennent part au processus, les ministres, les législateurs, la société civile, les handicapés, etc. Et au niveau supranational, il y a un travail qui est fait dans le renforcement des capacités des différentes comtés. Travail transversal au niveau national qui porte sur la corruption, une fois de plus le chômage des jeunes. Et évidemment, dans les actions assez particulières qui ont été menées, il y a des stratégies de communication assez intenses, mais en même temps, on constate qu'il souligne qu'il y a quelques problèmes de suivi lorsque les évaluations sont faites dans la mise en œuvre donc, de ces différents processus. Et il est revenu sur le fait que le sommet qui va réunir les différents comtés sera un sommet donc, de partage d'expérience. Alors, recommandation au point positif, c'est le fait qu'il y a une véritable intégration du programme dans les différentes stratégies de la politique nationale. Il y a un renforcement des capacités, une stratégie de communication assez intense, agressive même, participation des différentes parties prenantes. Et donc, tout ceci se fait de manière harmonieuse au niveau national et au niveau infranational. Voilà, grosso modo, l'intervention de notre frère ici présent, et qui, je note que dans son introduction, a félicité notre sœur en insistant sur le fait que le mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs contribue effectivement à la promotion de la bonne gouvernance. Et je pense humblement qu'au regard de tout ce qui a été dit depuis ce matin, le MAP ne doit pas mourir. Il faut le maintenir en vie, parce que je considère que c'est vraiment le chemin de la longue et difficile marche du continent africain vers, disons, son émergence économique. 15 années d'expérience au gouvernement, on peut quand même se rendre compte les déficits qu'on a sur le plan de la gouvernance, quel impact ça au niveau des performances de nos actions gouvernementales. Donc bravo à nouveau au docteur Samori Okuya, qui porte d'ailleurs le prénom d'un grand Africain, chanté d'ailleurs par Alpha Blondy, Samori. Donc la partie questions est ouverte. Donc s'il y a des personnes qui ont des remarques à faire, des questions à poser, eh bien, la Zambie, elle est où? La Zambie. Attendez, je me trompe ou quoi? Mais la Zambie est là. La Zambie est passée, on a mangé à l'eau, hein, et au jus. Donc, en fait, il y a la Zambie qui a commencé. En fait, le Tchad qui était un peu dans le Tibet. Voilà. Et il avait une toux assez rebelle. Mais bon, au Tchad, la rébellion. Mais maintenant, il y a eu les élections. Hein. Voilà. Donc, ambassadeur Ashraf.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor again. Really, the main purpose for me to speak now is to congratulate really the three presenters. We have seen very good experiences, Zambia, Kenya, of course, and Chad, and I learned a lot from what they have done. And I think this is the main objective of our meetings, that we can share our good experience and learn from each other, and we have learned a lot. But I want to congratulate you for what you have done. My questions, particularly to you, Ambassador Samaran, you have an elaborate structure of the NEPAD APRM Secretariat. I needed to know the staff, which is, you mentioned the numbers, are financed by the government or by different ministries in government? Are the staff seconded from ministries? If you can just give us an idea, how do you finance this quite volume of staff? The other thing is the relationship between the focal point on one side, Minister of Planning, if I followed right, and then you have the NGC itself, or the National Commission, APRM Commission, and then you have the Secretariat. What is the relationship? Who reports to whom and how? Thank you.
Monsieur Conan.
Monsieur le Président, enfin, le coordonnateur, merci beaucoup. J'ai une question qui s'apparente un peu à la dernière intervention de mon voisin de gauche. Elle est destinée spécialement aux deux derniers intervenants, enfin, la Zambie et le Kenya. L'objectif ultime de cette organisation qui nous ont décrite là, c'est d'élaborer un rapport d'évaluation de la gouvernance dans le pays. Alors, compte tenu du nombre de personnes constituant la CNG, le secrétariat, comment est-ce que le travail est organisé afin d'arriver à un document compact qui regroupe toutes les contributions de ces différentes personnes. Je ne sais pas si je me suis fait comprendre. You get my point?
Je crois qu'il faut
oui,
l'interprète.
Je vais reprendre ma question, toujours en français. Je disais tantôt que le Kenya et la Zambie ont un effectif important en matière de personnel qui travaille donc sur l'évaluation de la gouvernance, soit dans le CNG ou bien dans le Secrétariat national. Alors ma question est de savoir comment est-ce que ce travail est fait, les différentes contributions sont faites pour arriver à un document unique qui est le rapport d'évaluation. Merci beaucoup.
Une autre question? Okay. Lady first. For the answer.
Thank you so much. So I will start with us. The question is, how do we structures. Thank you. Thank you. How do we work through the different structures? So you have the National Governing Council, which kind of like sets the tone of the work. Like I said earlier, they have a work plan and they set a budget. If we're going to have a country assessment, they would have had that in the work plan, which now the National Secretariat, which, like I said earlier, is sitting under the Ministry of Justice, under the Minister of Justice, who's the focal point. So we pick up the work plan as guided by the NGC. Then I said we work through desk officers. These are in the ministries, at provincial levels. Remember we said we've got 10 provinces. So at provincial levels, we've got planning officers, because I said we leverage on the development planning structure, because it was going to be very expensive for, like Kenya is different. They've had the capacity and they have a whole structure which runs with it. For us, we did not have the resources, so we leveraged on existing structures. So the work plan, remember, is set, the tone is set by the NGC in line with our National Plan of Action. Then from there, the Secretariat, now we work through our desk officers. At the ministry, depending on the different thematic areas, these are also integrated into the plans, the national policies. Then at provincial level, it will cascade into provincial planning officers. At district level, the district planning officer, who also liaises at ward level, the councillors and all. So we work through these structures. Now, how do we get back the report? For example, you ask, like, if we're maybe doing a self-assessment, how do we work? So when we're doing an assessment, we'll start right from district level. I think the last time a team that came, I see there's some members from the Secretariat who came, we go right to the districts. When now we're doing a country assessment, we go to the district. So we have those players at district level, they participate in the exercise. At provincial level, we also go now to the headquarters, provincial heads. We also have sessions with the teams who are APRM desk officers at this level, and they'll sit with the team that's doing the assessment. And even at national level, we have these meetings where we give an opportunity to whether it's the research institutions or the Continental Secretariat that comes with the eminent persons and all the whole team that comes, they sit with the different stakeholders at the different levels. And then from there, the national report is done, which is then consolidated by the NGC, submitted, and that's how we actually do the work. Yes, thank you. I hope I've been okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Sharaf and Mr. Conan, for the questions. I will try and tackle Mr. Conan's question because it kind of ties up with Ambassador Sharaf's question. On the first part is on the issue of who reports to who between the NGC, the focal point. So just as my colleague from Zambia has highlighted, the structure is pretty much the same way. The focal point, who is the minister, is the overall in charge and takes charge of the Secretariat agendas and issues with respect to APRM and AUDA NEPAD initiatives. And then, of course, comes the NGC. But the interesting thing here is that the NGC is normally appointed by the president. Why is the NGC appointed by the president? The NGC is appointed by the president because these are presidential initiatives. These are commitments that heads of states agreed upon at the continental level. And so it's important that the president is able to pick an NGC that totally represents him.
When you say NGC is appointed by the president,
correct.
You mean the chairman of the NGC or all the members?
All the members.
Okay.
All the members. All the members are appointed by the president. We have a new NGC right now, and they have all been appointed by the president. And then, of course, the pecking order goes that way from focal point, who is the minister, and then the NGC, and then, of course, now the Secretariat. that is represented ably by the Chief Executive Officer. With regards to the review reports, how we come up with the review reports, I think the process is pretty much the same as with Zambia. The stakeholders who are involved at the very grassroots level, we always go all the way to the ward level, and then of course to the constituency level, and then to the sub-county, county, and then of course to the national level. The first question that Ambassador Shraf had asked with regards to who funds this bloated look-alike kind of secretariat. First and foremost, Ambassador Shraf, it is not bloated. It is very, very important that we actually, like I mentioned in my presentation, each directorate, the two technical directorates, each directorate has units that have been organized to take or to be responsible of the thematic areas of the two initiatives, that is AUDA NEPAD and APRM. At the moment, a bigger chunk of the funding and the financial part comes from the national government, which most of the time funds the operational cost and the recurrent budget for the Secretariat. Of course, the NGC do not enjoy any salary remuneration, apart from the chair who has a honoraria, and of course, the other NGC members have, just like any other board, a sitting allowance. And then, of course, we have a resource mobilization mechanism that allows us to work with development partners and institutions and agencies that are interested in some of our activities, and then we are able to now run, the Secretariat much more effectively and efficiently to be able to deliver on what we are supposed to. Thank you.
Can you just?
Yes, Ambassador Schaaf.
To clarify, in my country, I'm not in the service anymore, but we have Ambassador Ashraf Suwailam, who's the focal point. He's not a minister. He's an assistant minister for African organizations in the foreign ministry. He is responsible for NEPAD. We don't have a separate entity apart from his staff at the department related to the African organizations in the foreign ministry. So it's a different setup, if I understood you right, what you have, which is more really, it has all its own merits also. But, the APRM, he is the focal point, but he is not involved in the National Commission activities, unless we invite him, of course, and we coordinate sometimes. And the Secretariat, in our case, relates mainly to the Commission, not to the focal point. I just wanted to clarify. You have a different, of course, step there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Shraf. So the two directorates under the entire Secretariat, each directorate, technical directorate, has a director in the case of yours, but they're not the focal point. The two directors report to the Chief Executive Officer, who then reports to the NGC and the focal point in the presidency in the respect of that manner. Thank you.
Oui, I'm a little bit late because I must listen to the end of the interpretation traduction. Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Madame Sylvia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this session, and thank you, Zambia, Chad, and Kenya. I see a lot of similarities, but also quite some differences, especially in our case, we haven't done district focal points, or county in this case. And one of our limitations has been resource. In the beginning, there was a lot of resource flowing because we started in 2005. But now the resources are so limited, you have to struggle, like the minister said earlier in his presentation, in rationalizing. So I'm just curious about how costly are these reviews in the county, because I know you said there are 12, but very soon all the 49 will probably want, 47, yes, 47 will want. I'm just looking at the feasibility because we were already teasing out here. How do we learn from you? Actually, we need both presentations to take back home and see how we deepen our process. On the Zambia part, I was not very clear about the independence of the governing council. I know that for us, our governing councils are appointed by cabinet. And you said Kenya is by the president. I didn't quite hear that because I think the APRM is so embedded in the government system. So the issue of independence, credibility of the report, I just wanted to make a rejoinder on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvia, for that very pertinent question around the cost that we are looking at when implementing the county peer review mechanism. Well, when we were having consultations with the counties and the Council of Governors with respect to initiating and implementing the county peer review mechanism, we agreed on key issues because the involvement around the county peer review mechanism requires us to go to the ward, which is the lowest level on the grassroots, to be able to engage with the citizens, because basically you want to pick up their perceptions on the service being provided by their respective county governments. And so we realized that it is going to be a cost-sharing mechanism for us, whereas the county will have to cost-share in the process for us to be able to handle it. Because at the end of the day, just like the APRM, the country review reports, these are reports that are actually owned by the respective counties. These are reports that have been generated by the counties. The ownership is the county. Those reports do not belong to the Secretariat. The reports really belong to the counties. And these are reports that really reflect on the performance of the county with regards to service provision and promotion of good governance at the very county level. And so it was very important for us to agree that this is going to be a cost-sharing process where we will come in and provide whatever technical expertise in terms of training, facilitation, and guidance for them to get into the process to actualize their self-assessment reports. And then they will be able to take care of costs that are relevant to what is required to be met at the county level. So it is a cost-sharing mechanism, and that this is something that maybe other countries should learn when you're engaging the municipal or the districts or the provinces or the states, because we all have different devolved units and titles. It's very, very important that it becomes a much more collaborative, all-inclusive engagement, not just with regards to the technical part, but also in the cost process. Thank you.
Thank you. I will speak to the autonomy issues that you asked on operations of the NGC. So the autonomy, I'll look at it from 2 or 3 levels. So first I'll start with the appointments. I said the appointment of NGC members is done by cabinet. When NGC members are being appointed, their nominations, first of all, cabinet does not say who should be submitted for nomination. Actually, Secretariat, in collaboration with other stakeholders, we usually get submission of not less than 3 or 4 in the thematic areas of professionals who've been working in these areas. And that's for the thematic areas. So the different professions, like if we're talking about corporate governance, we have different institutions that are working in the sector of corporate governance, like you have the Institute of Directors. Then they'll submit professionals and we also emphasize on the gender balance, like the professionals who feel they can represent well in looking at matters of corporate governance, equally on democracy and political governance. We also look for expertise. So you have submission of CVs of these professionals. Then after that, that is consolidated. Then maybe for institutions, like for example, the judiciary, we want a representative from the judiciary. The judiciary themselves, they'll submit CVs. When all these institutions, because again, remember, the 11 people are coming from a specified need. When we're talking about, we need a representative from youth organization to represent the youth. There are youth institute like CSOs that will make submissions. Then from this, when we get those CVs, we consolidate as Secretariat. They are submitted to the NGC. I mean, no, sorry, not to the NGC. They are submitted to the ministry, then we consolidate. After we consolidate, they go for vetting. Vetting is not cabinet who vets. We have a government system that vets. Vetting is a kind of vetting that will go through is how authentic these people are, and or they go through the credentials, so that by the time it's going to cabinet, we're submitting authentic people with verified information. Then when it goes to some CVs drop off along the way. Like for example, maybe if an institution just submits all male or all female, we usually write back to them to ensure that they give us a balance. Then we submit all these, the CVs and the nominations, to cabinet, and then cabinet has a final say. So that's how the appointments are done. Cabinet has nothing to do with the names that are being submitted in the beginning. Only at the final stage do they decide. So that's how they come in, and this is a presidential commitment at continental level. So definitely it has to, as a country, we've decided it goes through cabinet. So cabinet makes this appointment. Then when we look at financial autonomy, unfortunately, our NGC does not have financial autonomy in the sense that funding for APRM programs right now and how the NGC operates comes from the Treasury. So that is definitely backing by government. So they have not been mobilizing their own resources. Resources have been coming from the Treasury. So if you heard me earlier, I said government decided that can we have new ideas, new blood coming in, because we want to have an NGC that will look into how we can mobilize the resources and come up with also financial autonomy. We're looking to a stage where we can have the NGC that's financially autonomous, because it's very important for the success of the operations. Then programs, they are very autonomous in setting their tone, in setting the program. Remember, they are the ones that call for the country reviews and also the assessment. So even when you're coming up with a national program of action, the NAPOA, they are the team right at the center with, of course, Secretariat providing backstopping and support that they need. So they come up with the program, and I said they come up with their annual work plans. So really on those lines, we can say they're autonomous. They set their own tone, they set up their work with, I would actually proudly say the minister does not even interfere with how they work. He's actually very supportive. He stays out of it, and they do their own work, and they only meet him when they need to meet him or give feedback like, oh, this is what we've decided, this is the direction we're moving. Otherwise, it's all set by the NGC, their chairperson. Depending on how active they are or how active the chairperson and the members are, then you'll see business happening. Otherwise, the focal point person moves with the NGC and is very supportive, including the presidency. So yes, that's what I would say about our system. Thank you.
Il y a une autre question là-bas.
Merci. Thank you very much.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Dalmar Jama. I work for the Continental Secretariat in Planning. I have a question for each of the presenters. My first question is for Ambassador Dr. Samori. Dr. Samori, you mentioned, and it was a very interesting mention, that you have under your, I would say, the mandate for the Secretariat, that it is for overall coordination of activities in Kenya as well as the East African region. You mentioned the East African region, and that's something we are looking into more now, because it's good to see your county level and sub-county, but is it that you have a mandate to also work with the other secretariats in the region? So that's the question, and do you see the benefits of that, sharing some of your knowledge within the region? My second question is for Zambia, for Ms. Elizabeth. Ms. Elizabeth, you mentioned in your presentation something very interesting. You mentioned that you would like the self-assessment reports of the APRM to evaluate national structures. And I'd like to know just a little bit more why you think that's necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll start with the last question. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we recommended evaluation also of national structures because we feel national structures are very important to the success of the APRM because these are the structures that are driving the process. So if we cannot evaluate how the structures are performing, I think for us it becomes challenging because it's quite difficult to self-evaluate because you always want to think you're doing better. I mean, you're doing okay. So we feel it's also important for others to evaluate, like, is it working the way it's supposed to be? Because then that's how you can get suggestions on how you can improve and do business better. So we also thought it's important. It's a peer review. Why not also peer review our structures? Because we might think Zambia is doing very well. But when I look at like maybe what Kenya is doing, right down they have good structures right down to the county levels. And if you can see, they're actually even trying to mimic what they have at Continental Secretariat. And I said, yeah, I think we could actually see maybe how we can learn from that as well. Because again, if it comes out in a country assessment report, you'll find also political will also being able to read such comments and see how we can self-improve. Maybe at National Secretariat, we might see the need, but maybe we need an outsider to come and actually sing the song or actually say it out there to our leaders that, no, maybe you need to do this, because at times it becomes difficult. How do I tell my superiors up there that, look here, I don't think you're doing very well, or this is not doing so well? So at times, when it comes from an outside as well, it helps. So that will we feel that will help us become better, if even the structures are evaluated because they're important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, very good. Your question really focuses on our coordination aspect within the region, and I think that's a very good question that you've raised. Like I mentioned during my presentation, we have 2 continental mandates under one roof, and we have initiatives that are cross-border. I will give you an example, like the LAPSET project, which is a corridor that is supposed to promote integration and trade facilitation within the region. As a country, Kenya, South Sudan, and Ethiopia came up with the LAPSET project so that we can open up the hinterland to allow cross-border trading, especially for countries that do not have access to the waters. Now, we as a country have taken leadership with regards to promoting such engagements. And when you say mandate, coordinating, you want to take a lead in some of these activities. Like we always say, without good governance, you cannot achieve sustainable development. And so we want to use our position to be able to promote good governance, to be able to initiate and sustain implementation of integration within the region, which now will complement, which will continue complementing one another. And this is how we are now trying to be very effective within the region, not just nationally. Like my sister mentioned, we have gone all the way to the world. We want to go all the way to the region so that we can be able to provide leadership and also be able to assist our neighbors within the region to be able to, walk along, that journey with us in the promotion of good governance to eventually lead to sustainable development. And that is the position that we have taken with regards to the coordination. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot maybe just one more aspect. If you look at the Kenya model, they've actually even worked on the legal frameworks regarding these national structures, which is commendable. So if you have such issues coming out, for example, in our country assessment report, in my next national program of action, probably those are things I'll now look to and say, in probably strengthening our national structures, we need to also look at the legal framework. So for us, I think evaluation of national structures is key because it will mandate us to maybe take them more seriously or do something about it. Because then we know next time when we are assessed, we'll actually be told, oh, we recommended that you do this. Why wasn't it done? So for us, it will strengthen us. Thank you.
Très bien, bravo pour nos deux panélistes. One more question? Or? It's okay? Okay. Do you have the mic? Oh, okay.
Oui. Président, merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Je ne voudrais pas nous retenir plus longtemps sur ce thème, mais à considérer les différentes interventions, qu'elles soient celles des panélistes, qui sont ici dans la salle ou ceux qui sont en ligne, que ce soit les questions posées, on se rend compte que plus on va dans le détail, plus on se rend compte, comme je l'avais dit ce matin, les structures nationales ne sont pas harmonisées. Ça, c'est un grand défi. Malgré le fait que des textes ont été mis en œuvre ici au MAEP, ça a été écrit et les rôles des CNG, c'est clairement défini. Le rôle des secrétariats nationaux clairement défini et le rôle des points focaux clairement défini. Mais nous nous rendons compte à l'exercice que d'un pays à l'autre, les pratiques divergent. Alors que des efforts importants ont été faits, mais il se trouve que ça reste encore un défi au niveau du secrétariat du MAEP. Moi, je suggère qu'à ce stade, vraiment, si les rédacteurs des recommandations prennent vraiment une bonne note de ce fait-là et que le secrétariat reprenne dans les meilleurs délais son bâton de pèlerin, qu'il retourne auprès des pays pour vraiment des missions de sensibilisation en vue de cette harmonisation. Parce qu'il sera difficile, parce que ces décisions se prennent au plus haut sommet de nos États. Et il sera difficile de les réunir tous ici pour ce faire. Par contre, le secrétariat peut très bien, comme il l'avait fait au début, refaire le tour de nos capitales pour vraiment essayer d'harmoniser cela. Parce que c'est très important, on a l'impression que d'un pays à l'autre, on n'a pas affaire au même MAEP. On n'a pas affaire au même MAEP et ceci est vraiment dommage pour atteindre les objectifs que nous recherchons. Vraiment, je ne voudrais pas prolonger les débats, mais je souhaiterais qu'on mette en place une recommandation forte allant dans ce sens-là et confiée au secrétariat. En rapport, bien sûr, quand c'est des missions de haut niveau, avec le panel des éminentes personnalités du mécanisme. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Bravo. Sur ces propos empreints de beaucoup de sagesse et d'expérience, j'imagine que la nouvelle directrice générale du MAEP, Madame Marie-Antoinette Rose IV, est en train de nous suivre actuellement. Et tout ça fait partie de la feuille de route dont elle hérite. Et donc, nous arrivons là donc à la fin de notre dernière... Enfin, c'est la quatrième séance. Et maintenant, s'il vous plaît, you can go to... No, you're welcome. No, you're welcome, you're welcome. Okay, you're welcome. Maintenant, nous allons passer la parole à l'ambassadeur Monsieur Lamo Polo, secrétaire exécutif du MAEP, qui nous vient de la République unie de Tanzanie. Je demande d'applaudir. Ah. Oh là là. Alors, vas-y, dis-le. C'est l'ambassadeur ? Hein ? Excusez-moi, c'est l'ambassadeur Mvula. Je vous laisse donc la place. Et veuillez m'excuser pour la confusion, cher aîné. Je n'ai pas fait exprès. J'étais collé au programme. Alors, c'est là que ça en est un.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the able moderator who has just left the podium. A round of applause. Do we still have got some energy left? We seem not to be doing very well when it comes to time. The discussions become so interesting that we see the time slipping away slowly but surely. And I'm towards the tail end of the program. Thank you for the opportunity that I have been given to moderate this session. I will do my best, but it's just one or two things. Either we manage the time well and get off on time in order to explore more of Johannesburg, or otherwise we go a bit late and avoid getting into some other activities beyond our program. My name is Wilfried Mvula. I am the chair of the NGC Namibia, and I'm moderating this session on the validation of the African peer review mechanism and the impact study. The session will have three speakers that will give us presentations. The first presenter to give us the background and the methodology of the impact study is Samson Osei, who is a researcher with the APRM Continental Secretariat. Would you please come up here? And then he will be followed by Mr. Peter Kimemia, the Director, APRM and Governance at the African Peer Review Mechanism National Secretariat of Kenya. And then he will be followed by Mr. Peter Kimemia. He's the same person doing the validation of key recommendations. I think without much further ado, as I said, we'll try to manage the time. I will call upon Samson to come up and give us the background and the methodology on the impact study. Sir. We'll try to see whether we can do 10-15 minutes presentation, and then we'll do the usual questions.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. I'm waiting for the slides. So my name is Samson Osei, and I'm with the Continental Secretariat. So we started this journey last year, and thankfully today we are bringing it almost to conclusion by making a presentation for validation of the findings and also the methodology of the study. Yeah, so I'm just going to give a brief background and also the methodology we use to come up with this impact assessment. Now, in Africa, there is a proverb and a wisdom that says that after a long trip, you may wish to stop and look at the sky map. Stars will tell you whether you are still on a good direction or not, and then you will make appropriate correction. So this is an African proverb and wisdom that I wish I know that most of you are aware of this. Now, it is no doubt that the first 13 years of its operations, APRM consistently pursued the course of transformative governance on the continent. From 2016 up to date, under the leadership of our able CEO, Professor Dimaloka, at APRM was positioned based on 3 pillars of turnaround strategy. And we all know this: restoration, reinvigoration, and renewal of APRM. And out of this strategy emerged, among others, the high demanded targeted reviews. We have the gap analysis. We have the African Governance Report, among many other initiatives. So by March 2024, out of this same strategy, 44 members of the continent have already acceded to the mechanism. And out of this, 26 had undergone a very comprehensive review exercise. 4 had undergone second generation review, and 13 had also undergone the targeted review, while others were at the different stages of resource mobilization to either undertake second generation review or targeted review. Then, after 20 years of all these reviews, APRM sought to now take a stock of African pursuit of good governance. And this led to the impact assessment, which was conducted in selected member states across our 4 major thematic areas, with the support of GIZ. Now, so what was the objective of this impact assessment? The primary objective was to assess the effectiveness or lack thereof of the APRM processes in shaping governance and development across the continent. Specifically, the study sought to assess APRM contribution to governance improvement in the member states through its reviews and programs. It also sought to identify challenges encountered in the implementation of key recommendations in all our review reports. Thirdly, the study sought to identify some of the best practices in the various countries in response to the APRM recommendation. Now, fourth, since APRM, we work for the citizens, we also try to assess citizens' perception when it comes to the effectiveness of APRM in shaping their country's governance and development. And last but not the least is to identify some actionable recommendations on how to deepen the impact of APRM. Now, measuring governance or the impact of governance program is very difficult and complex, because governance is a bit totally different when it comes to the issues of economic, agriculture, health sector. Why? And also, governance is very complex. So to even quantify the outcome of governance is difficult. And this makes the impact assessment of governance very, difficult, even in theory. But if you look at the agricultural sector, the health sector, economic sector, the diagram you see over here is the actual model when it comes to assessment of impact of a particular intervention. So from this side to T is when don't know how to use this. Okay, it's not, okay. It's when the country had not received any intervention. For example, let's take APRM as an example. From the end of this figure to letter T is when the country had not acceded to any APRM mechanism. The country doesn't like APRM or whatever it is. Now, when the country subjects itself to APRM and undergoes the review, we come up with what is called the National Plan of Action, of which we have heard it over the time. Now, without APRM and without National Plan of Action for a period of 5 years, you could see a broken line going upwards. That is how the governance will be expected to improve in the country. However, all things being equal, with all the resources, all the implementation, when they take place over a period of 5 years upward, you can see a sharp increase in terms of governance gain in that country. And the difference between the two is what is meant as impact of APRM on governance in that country. And as I said, to actually quantify this in terms of statistics, econometrics, is very difficult because governance, we don't even have any official data on the continent. So it's difficult to come up with an estimation. So we undertook two main approaches. The first one, we tried to assess the impact of APRM because of its existence on the continent. And also we tried to look at how APRM has shaped governance using the National Plan of Action as our entry point. Because we are of the view that when everything is implemented, then that is going to create a change in terms of governance in the country. Now, in a typical impact assessment, there are two ways. Either you take a country or an object that received an intervention, then you compare it to another one that did not receive any intervention. Or you look at before and after the intervention. So in our case, we took what is called, we compared before and after. Before the country acceded, and after 5 years of undergoing the review, what is the effect on the ground? And that's the approach we took. In terms of methodology, now the study was conducted in 10 countries, which include Nigeria, Ghana, Chad, Djibouti, Uganda, Kenya, Egypt, Mozambique, South Africa, and Zambia. And each of these countries, we had a national consultant. Because of time, I think my colleague, Peter Kamemia, is going to acknowledge all these people who are currently online. And there was one lead consultant who is the person of Mr. Peter Kamemia, who is also going to present after me. Now, we deployed 3 main instruments. The focus group discussion instrument, we have also key informant instrument, then the other one is expert and public opinion survey. Now, you all know the APRM-based questionnaire. It contains a lot of objectives, a lot of indicators, a lot of questions. And we could not cover almost everything. So what we did is that we selected 8 key indicators and also 4 cross-cutting issues. And because of time, you can see that they are all listed here. Now, as part of implementing this activity, we also made a country visit to Ghana, to Djibouti, to Uganda, and also to Zambia. Now, the expert opinion survey was circulated electronically across all the 10 countries. Now, sampling, somebody may ask, I don't see my country here. How come you selected 10 countries and you did not? Now, so out of the 26 countries that had undergone the review processes, we all know that 4 had undertaken the second generation review, 13, and the rest. So in choosing the countries, we considered 4 key activities. 1, the year the country undergone the review processes. Because it is an impact, we expect that it should be 5 years upward. So if you were reviewed 2 years ago, definitely you don't qualify for an impact assessment. And also we look at the rate of submission of the progress report. at least the country should be able to submit one progress report since its review. And then we also look at the regional balances. I mean, we have 5. So we look at the north, south, east, west, and also central. And then we also consider the AU official languages, French, English, Arabic, and all the rest. Now, when it comes to the online survey, what we did was that we identified all the stakeholders, including the MDAs, non-state actors, academia, unions in the country. Then the number of stakeholders identified were influenced by 2 key criteria. We look at the population and also the rate of the adult literacy rate in the country. And then once we have done that, we circulated the electronic questionnaire to all the stakeholders for a period of 1 month. Now, out of that, we came up with this table. So in the Southern African region, we selected 3 countries, Mozambique, South Africa, and also Zambia. In Central region, in the case of Central, we selected only Chad. East Africa, we had Djibouti, Kenya, Uganda. West Africa, we had Ghana and Nigeria. And then North Africa, we had Egypt. Now, on the last column of the table, you see the rate of responses of the questionnaire we sent to them. If you sum all the 10 countries, we had 1,060 responses. And this is 32% of our expectation, which means that we were expecting about 6,000 responses. So after constantly reminding them over and over, we had 32% rate responses, and that comes to 1,060. Now, unfortunately, during the middle of the exercise, South Africa pulled out because there was no collaboration between the National Secretariat and also the consultants. How did we analyze the data? Now, the findings across each of the selected countries was analyzed and presented on a case study basis. And the report, what we did is that Ghana, then everything under Ghana, it comes in that order. And now the survey was also analyzed using SPSS and all that. And then we use the 1,060 responses. Then we created what is called composite index. So when we take rule of law, we try to put all of them together to see how is rule of law doing in each of these countries. But because of the sensitivity of the data, we decided not to do the country analysis when it comes to the statistics. So we put all the 1,060 together, then we analyze. So we don't segregate that. This is how South Africa is doing. This is how Ghana is doing. The graphs you are going to see in the report is a continental-wide analysis, and it shows you that there's a trend in each of these indicators. Now, somebody may ask, how valid is your composite index? And we use some statistics to also check everything is okay. But because of time, I don't want to go through all this technical terminology. Now, what are the limitations? This is my last slide. What are the limitations of the study? Now, we were given only 2 weeks. GIZ was the one sponsoring us in this project, so National Consultant was given only 2 weeks to do this exercise. So you could imagine the time and also the budget constraint. And then also, looking at the bulkiness of our APLM-based questionnaire, we couldn't cover almost all the indicators. Most of our indicators are coming from democracy and political governance, with few from the other thematic areas. And also, the study relied on 10 national experts from 5 regions of the continent. And each of them have different language, different style of writing. So to even consolidate the report was even a very, difficult. We need to translate and then bring it back from this to that. So it was also a bit of limitation. Now, and as I said earlier on, in the course of the exercise, South Africa pulled out, which was, something that we never expected. Now, as I said in my conceptual framework, because we don't have any official data, we couldn't do a strong statistics analysis to be able to check the difference. However, our perception data was able to tell us whether there's a difference between rule of law when the country exceeded up to now. And all these things are presented in the graph. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for your attention. I will end it here, and my colleague who is online, Peter Kamemia, we're going to present the findings and the recommendation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osei. I think time-wise you did very well. So the audience doesn't need to worry much about the time. Shall I now call upon Mr. Keminia to do his presentation? I'm told he is online. Can you hear us? Mr. Kimenia? Technicians? Is he in contact with you? I thought you have already at least had contact and have made him to hang on. You logged onto him. They're busy. Okay. You're doing some testing, 1, 2. He is supposed to give us the validation of key findings and the validation of key recommendations. So he's supposed to deal with those two aspects of the study. How are we faring?
Now he's unmuted.
And these are the real aspects of the study, the meat part of it. Because the background and methodology were just the few aspects of leading us into what came out of the move. What do we do? Are you getting there? Yeah, two things. If it is not working, we'll then most probably have to look at, are we still able to take a break of 15 minutes and come back, or we do the last part, session 6, and then we continue tomorrow, or what do we do? Program leader?
Yes. Have you selected the fish bucket?
Can we continue with session 6? And in the meantime, if we connect him, then we continue. Mr. Kimemia? I don't get that indication from the technicians, unless they have come in through the back door that we don't know of. do session 6 and continue tomorrow, or do session 6 in anticipation that while we are busy with it, Peter will be online, and then we can take him up. Stand to be guided by the program leader. Shall we take session 6? Is he getting there? Well, we could as well sort out the techniques while we are logging him on, and then we can continue once we have him online. Program leader.
Oui. Président. Président.
Are we there? Is Peter online?
No.
Or is Samson going to present the rest? He did well with the first part. We cannot doubt his ability to do the rest, and I'm sure the Secretariat will take care of him.
Yes. One that was in the door.
Are we getting there? Yeah, otherwise we would call upon Samson to do the validation, and then we can do the rest tomorrow. Yep. That's what we are trying to do now. Samson, it's over to you to do the validation of the key findings and the key recommendations, and then we can see what will come out of it. The floor is yours.
This is. Yes. Oh, I shared with you. two of them. Okay, Your Excellency, so I will just go through the slides. It's rather unfortunate that Peter was not able to make his presentation. Yeah. No, the second one. Yeah, so whilst they are projecting, I will just take you through the report. So the report is, yes, it's mine. Yeah, so the report is into 6 different chapters. Chapter 1 deals with the introduction, as I just presented, introduction, objective, methodology, and all the background and all that. And then when we come to session, chapter 2, we try to look at the impact of APRM as an organ on the continent. By creating APRM, has it brought any differences in terms of governance, how we see governance on the continent? And then when it comes to chapter 3, we now look at the case study basis, each country, how the country is performing on each of the indicators that we listed. Then chapter 4, it talks about the citizens' perception. I think those of you who were here last year in December, I made a presentation on those findings using the graphs and indices. Then when it comes to chapter 5, we try to talk about some of the best practices in each of these countries. Then chapter 6 deals with the conclusion and recommendation. Yeah. Yeah, so what are the key findings from this impact assessment? So overall perception and rarity. And the majority of the respondents were positive about the importance of the mechanism in the democratization of participating countries. Now, the requirement for broadly inclusive self-assessment bring multi-stakeholders together into the decision-making space, where they critique policies and practices of governance and give suggestions on how improvement could be achieved. Moreover, the validation process of APRM are participatory and democratic. Then lastly, the progress reporting requirement, it exerts much pressure towards positive action to avoid the uncomfortable feeling of having to account for unsatisfactory performance. So here what we are saying is that our annual progress report, it puts some kind of pressure on the head of state, to table something before his peers and also discuss it extensively. And that alone is an impact on its own. In terms of enhancement of political accountability, what we are saying is that voluntary accession marks the first step to accepting to be held accountable and following through with its actual review, put the head of state on the spot and compel him or her to explain the plans to address the issues which have been highlighted in the report. And this also, it puts some kind of pressure on the head of state under the review to improve their governance system accordingly and report on progress achieved and impact every year. And what we are saying is that APRM processes, it places an extra burden of accountability on the head of state for the benefit of the citizenry. And what we just also witnessed from Kenya, what we are saying is that APRM has accelerated progress in the adoption and ratification of major international and African Union standard and codes. Unfortunately, we couldn't list all the standard and code that APRM has influenced, but if you go through all our reports, APRM has influenced most of this, and that we can give credit to APRM. And also when it comes to adoption and ratification processes, we are saying that these are also underway in the various countries. Most countries are now even moving a step further to go towards 100% domestication of most of the standard and code that they have signed and ratified. And then, as we see in the case of Kenya, APRM has fostered cascading of good governance principle to even the grassroots. And this is what we just witnessed in the presentation made by Kenya. Now, across the 12 selected indicators, the case study highlighted several policy actions necessary to enhance the effectiveness of the mechanism in promoting of good governance and sustainable development. Participation in the APRM process has resulted in institutional and legislative improvement in most of these countries. Constitutional reforms in Kenya and the ongoing effort in Uganda, Zambia, and other countries have been partly inspired by the recommendation made by the APRM panel during the peer review exercise. In the case of Kenya, the APRM process is credited for having been a critical catalyst to the comprehensive reform that yielded a new constitutional dispensation in 2010. In the participating countries, progressive constitutional reviews, laws on decentralization, public participation, and progressive strengthening of institutions of governance have drawn inspiration from the peer reviews and pressure to comply with the set values and principles of governance. Laws have been passed in APRM participating countries to address land issues, negative ethnicity and diversity management, when it comes to the issue of decentralization, regional inequality, and other similar problems. For instance, the government of Djibouti passed an act instituting a quota system, and this quota system increased the quota of women in the National Assembly from 10% in 2012 to 30% in 2022 because of APRM. Kenya established the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, we call it IEBC, as a constitutional commission, enacted the Political Parties Act in 2011, and also enhanced the judicial independence all around, including even budgeting. And all these things is as a result of APRM. In the case of Mozambique, for instance, it was noted that the APRM had promoted an inclusive arena for dialogue where all different groups and strata of the society participated. And again, this is also as a result of APRM. Now, on citizen perception, unfortunately, we don't have time to show all the graphs and how they are faring in each of the various indicators. But there was a general mixed feelings among citizens regarding the service delivery performance of their respective government. The overarching view is that the APRM process is a well thought out, homegrown innovation that need to be strengthened and sustained. The analysis of the citizen perception revealed that people are of the view that there is a significant level of progress across most of the composite indicators, but not as expected. Because as I said, the composite indicators were at the 5 level, no progress at all, up to progress as expected. Progress as expected is in the sense that in the MPO, we give a target. So if the government is able to meet the target, it means that we are saying that there's a progress in terms of rule of law as expected in our national plan of action. And almost, I want to say that about 60%, or more than even 60% of the responses were of the view that there is a progress in each of the indicators, except when it comes to the issue of transparency and accountability. On that one, we saw a negative trend. Unfortunately, they were saying that perhaps there's a corruption and among many other things in each of these countries. Now, analysis of the citizen perception data also revealed that there is a statistically significant association between all those who are aware of APRM and those who are not aware of APRM. So what we did is that out of the 1,060 responses, we tried to look the analysis from different point of view. There was a question whereby we asked, are you aware of APRM? Yes or no? And then there was also a question whether you work in the government sector or other sector. Now, when it comes to the awareness, when you compare the two, those who are aware of APRM and those who are not aware, those who are aware of APRM, their rating was a bit more significant compared to those who are not aware. So this even lead to a recommendation that we need to do more awareness program when it comes to, at the national level and even at the continental level. And then we say in other instances, the APRM process was credited for being a catalyst of reforms that were already being agitated for by other actors. And quiet credit, the APRM has become an influential extra oversight institution for the participating member states. However, the mechanism lacked adequate funding for its activities, as we have witnessed throughout this morning. And this undermines its overall effectiveness. Further, the mechanism lacks concrete monitoring and evaluation strategy after the peer review exercise. So, Your Excellency, I think I have made justice to the slide presented by, submitted by my colleague in the next few minutes. This brings me to the findings of the impact assessment. Thank you. I'll go to the next one. Yeah, I will just proceed to go to the key recommendations. So in the report, each of the countries we selected came up with their own recommendation, where we envisage that they will implement to strengthen the national structures in the country. However, we also have an overall recommendation, which is almost towards the Continental Secretariat, how we can be effective and be more impactful in all our review. Now, we came up with a few of them. One is the need to insulate or ring-fence the APRM processes from political transition in the member states. So we are saying that in some of the countries, it was observed that the political leaders tended to misconstrue the APRM as a political initiative of their predecessors. Some view the initiative with a misplaced suspicion due to misperception or even deliberate misrepresentation by their handlers. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So to stem the potentially debilitating trend, it is recommended that the APRM develop an effective protocol for orienting the new head of state and government of member states and effectively briefing them and persuading them to actively carry on with the implementation of the APRM agenda in the country. So this is one of the key recommendations emerging from the report. The second one is to active encouragement of legislation to anchor the APRM on a firm legal standing in the member state. And I think we have discussed this thing here in the room this morning. The third one is strengthening the monitoring and evaluation processes after the APRM review exercise. So what we also noted here is that after the review, it's like the country is not active any longer. You don't even get the chance to see the head of state. It's like nothing happens. Then we will wait after 5 years before we come for the next generation review. So what we are saying is we need to try and come up with two main activities, because we have developed a 5-year national plan of action. What do we do then? We envisage that the country will submit a progress report. However, over the past 8 years, we have seen that the submission is very low. If you look at the statistics, the rate of submission is very, very low. So what we are doing is that after 2 or 3 years of submitting progress report, the Continental Secretariat, under the leadership of the panel, we need to go and have a review of the plan of action. How far are we? Are we on the right track? Is there anything that we can change to bring an improvement? And also, at the end of the implementation year, which is 5 years onwards, we need to also undertake an impact assessment in that country. And these two documents should be able to inform the next generation review. So this is also something that we are recommending as a way of deepening the APRM processes and making more impact in the country. The next one is extracting value from the APRM as an early warning system. So here, the APRM Country Review Report for Kenya, for instance, in 2006 and South Africa in 2007, credibly cautioned about potential post-election violence and the xenophobic violence of 2008 respectively. Now, the downside in both cases was that there was no mechanism for timely crisis management to avert the chaos and needless loss of life that followed. So basically what we are saying is that once the peer review exercise is done, we need to take immediate action. For instance, some of these issues that are very sensitive and is likely to trigger war and conflict, we need to address them timely so that we can avert all the negative consequences of such issues. Now, enhance the credibility and also effectiveness of the continental and national structure. And what we are saying is that the Continental Secretariat working capacity needs to be strengthened in terms of its operational means and resources, human, financial, and process-wise. This critical structure should be a pace setter for good corporate governance and facilitator of progressive governance reforms in general. So for national implementation structures that currently differ from one country to the other in terms of institutional positioning, mandate, and their working relationship, it is suggested that the Continental Secretariat come up with harmonized guidelines for all participating countries to adjust to it. The sixth recommendation is to strengthen local ownership through the facilitation of broader stakeholder participation. Then the seventh one is to strengthen the stature of the APRM panel of eminent persons. And I think there's a meeting coming on the next 2 days. So what we are saying is that consider reverting to the original practice of appointing former head of state as eminent person within the APRM. This change could restore the mechanism prestige and recognition, compelling incumbent head of state to give more serious attention to the council being delivered by personalities with the requisite experience of running governments at a similar level. And I think my colleague here, Jermaine, is going to look more into this in the next 2 days. And last but not the least is to enhance replication of best practices among countries. So, Your Excellency, this brings me to the end. There are also other few recommendations. Of course, you have all the reports and all these things are there. So this brings me to the end of the key findings of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Samson. Thank you very much. I think you will be worth your dinner today since you have doubled up what you were not supposed to have been doing. This has brought us to the end of this presentation on the impact study. If there are any questions, we would allow a few minutes of questions and responses before we go any further. Any requests for the floor? Yes.
Je vous remercie. Moi, j'ai juste une seule question, et particulièrement sur les recommandations qui sont faites là. Il y a un certain temps qu'on reçoit ces mêmes recommandations, et cela prouve qu'on ne prend pas toujours en considération de ces recommandations. Alors ma question est de savoir, qu'est-ce qu'on fait réellement quand les pays ne suivent pas ces recommandations? Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much for that presentation and for undertaking the study within a record time, which of course raises questions on the integrity of the findings. The second issue is whether you were able to administer a questionnaire to the real proponents of the peer review mechanism, who are the heads of state, because those should have been the prime targets. This morning we are discussing the efficacy, just from the way we are perceiving it now, the way we are observing it now, and we realize that the issue of political will, was becoming a big question. So did you administer a questionnaire with them? Because these were very important respondents in as far as this exercise was concerned, the impact of this. Because they are the ones who know what they were originally interested in, where they are today, whether they still want this program to continue, etc., etc., and how it has impacted, the communities wherever they are. So it was very important that you administer that questionnaire. Then the other one are the people who are responsible for providing financing, because financing is a key aspect in the implementation of the APRM program and the findings of most of these APRM NPOs. So were you able to administer a questionnaire to them? I get a feeling that you needed a special questionnaire on those people who play a very critical role in this exercise to make the exercise more comprehensive. And then finally, as to what extent we could rely on the results of the findings, because the empirical evidence available that the sample frame that you developed was extremely biased. You attempted to go regional, and I found that in some regions you have five countries responding, in others one, like that. So how representative is it to speak for Africa as a continent from the scientific standpoint of conducting such studies? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Anybody else asking for the floor? Yes, sir.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je suis Jean-Yves Adou, le directeur par intérim du suivi et de l'évaluation au secrétariat du MAEP. J'aimerais rendre hommage à mon directeur général, professeur Di Maluka. D'abord parce que je pense que c'est pratiquement la dernière grande réunion à laquelle il assiste avec nous. Je voudrais vraiment lui rendre hommage pour son leadership et pour avoir eu l'idée de lancer cette étude-là d'impact du MAEP qui nous permet de voir un peu les faiblesses et voir comment est-ce qu'on peut corriger cela dans le futur, suite aux recommandations. Également, cette étude, je crois que mon collègue n'a pas eu le temps de dire cela, la direction du suivi et évaluation n'était pas la seule à coordonner l'étude. Les autres collègues de la direction de la coordination des évaluations ainsi que la direction de la recherche ont également contribué dans la réflexion. Donc je voudrais remercier également mes collègues et remercier également l'ensemble des États membres qui ont participé à l'étude d'impact. Je ne vais pas les citer ici tous, mais ils se reconnaissent. Tout à l'heure, monsieur le ministre de l'Ouganda, le ministre du plan de l'Ouganda, a posé une question sur les personnes interrogées. Il est vrai que l'étude n'a pas cette prétention-là de donner des résultats qui concernent l'ensemble de l'Afrique, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble des États membres. C'est pour cela que dans le rapport, je crois que mon collègue a sauté cette partie-là, de donner la configuration du rapport. Nous avons procédé par étude des cas, par pays. Donc les résultats que vous voyez sont plus ou moins concernent les États membres qui ont été étudiés. Voilà. Certains résultats peuvent paraître généraux, puisque les résultats trouvés dans un pays peuvent être aussi les mêmes, puisque bon, c'est la même configuration, mais le rapport est présenté par étude de cas. Donc, cela ne nous permet pas de généraliser vraiment les résultats de cette étude-là. Donc, la recommandation, c'est que dans les années à venir, qu'il y ait un peu plus de moyens pour que, effectivement, cette étude d'impact se fasse dans l'ensemble des pays qui ont procédé aux revues. Le second point sur lequel j'aimerais insister, c'est surtout l'implication des membres du panel dans la mise en œuvre des recommandations et dans la mise en œuvre des plans nationaux d'action. Parce que c'est très important. Le suivi, c'est-à-dire l'étape après la revue par les pairs est généralement délaissée. Alors que c'est là que les efforts devraient être mis pour qu'on puisse voir le changement sur la gouvernance. Malheureusement, cette étape-là est un peu délaissée. Donc la recommandation qui a été faite, c'est vraiment de prendre une décision au niveau des chefs d'État pour que les membres du panel soient véritablement impliqués et même au niveau des États membres, même les chefs d'État soient impliqués dans la mise en œuvre des recommandations. Donc, merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. J'aimerais m'arrêter là. S'il y a d'autres questions, je vais aussi aider mon collègue qui a fait la présentation à répondre à cela. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, I will be very brief. And I think the presenter for the study. Now, from this study, would you say the APRM has achieved its original mandate? And we all know the original mandate of the APRM is the peer review at the heads of state level. You say, my brother, your house is under fire, watch out A, B, C, and D. Come back to us in a year and present a progress report to improve governance. Because without that, is the APRM still relevant? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. You took us a step back to what we were supposed to have responded to in the last session, but it's just relevant. Look at one of the comments in conclusion. I think it's exactly responded to that question. Samson, would you please respond to those? I regard them most probably as four main questions. Oh, I'm told there are participants online that wanted to also participate in terms of asking questions. What are the indicators? Do we have Djibouti?
Djibouti.
The representative of Djibouti, you have got the... Yes, Djibouti.
Bonjour, ou plutôt bonsoir. Je pense qu'on s'achemine vers la fin de cette journée. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Donc, nous sommes depuis ce matin avec vous. Moi-même, président coordinateur national du MAER. À mes côtés, donc, se trouve Madame Amina Ahmed Younis, qui est la secrétaire nationale. Donc, j'ai juste deux questions à poser. La première, plutôt, c'est par rapport donc au taux de participation des femmes à l'Assemblée nationale. Nous avons donc 17 députés femmes sur 65, ce qui représente un pourcentage de 26%, et non pas 30%. Ceci dit, je crois que lorsque la structure du rapport a été donc, en tout cas, présentée par M. Simpson, il y a donc une partie spécifique qui concerne chaque pays. En ce qui concerne notre pays, j'ai demandé à plusieurs reprises qu'il y ait donc un retour des travaux donc, qui a été donc remis par le consultant national. Nous n'avons pas reçu et je redemande à ce que cette partie spécifique nous soit communiquée. Je ne sais pas, je ne pourrais pas me prononcer sur la validation de cette partie-là, en ma qualité donc de président coordinateur national. Et je voudrais donc vous remercier pour nous avoir donné donc cette opportunité de réagir. Nous sommes là depuis ce matin. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for having been with us. We appreciate that. And your question is very clear, and I'm sure you will be provided with a response. Anybody else online? No? Okay. Samson, the floor is yours.
Okay, there was a question regarding the recommendations. So according to Mr. Bernard, these recommendations have been coming up over and over all these years. So what are we going to do next? Yeah, so we are of the view that now this is the first level of validation of this report. And from here, we need to take it further to go to perhaps the panel. Then from the panel, it must go to the focal point, up to the level of the head of state. And then once they agree to it, then perhaps they may take the necessary action to implement them. And I'm also of the view that if we are talking about a political war, which is a key, because as Ambassador Ashraf always says, without that, there's nothing going to move. But what will cause someone to have a political will towards a particular agency? The person needs to see the benefit, the relevant. What will I gain when I join APRM? And those of us who are a bit more technical, I will say, I want to see the benefit of me joining APRM. So the political will is not just that APRM is not important, but we need to be able to showcase our relevance, our value. And all these things, so I will say it is just, the problem is not just about the political will, but it starts from somewhere, and that accumulates to either lack of political will or no political will. So we need to prove, we need to show that APRM add value when you join. This is what you are going to gain. We need to communicate. But if you are not able to communicate our values, the benefits, and all the, even the work, the impact you are making in all these other countries, nobody will see the value, and the person will think that APRM is not relevant. There's no need for me to join APRM. And that is where it is going to trigger this political will or not. Yeah, so that is my humble opinion when it comes to the issue of political will. We need to start addressing the issue from the ground. Then it will lead to that level. Also, there was a question about the questionnaire, the target group. So, as my director said, we didn't have enough funding to fully use a very comprehensive methodology. For instance, we were given even 2 weeks to do a study. And even data collection alone can take you about more than a month. So with that limited time, we couldn't actually have enough time to do large coverage when it comes to responses from the general public. However, if you look at our statistics, with all the 1,060 responses, our Cronbach alpha is more than 0.8, which means that it is statistically significant, and no one can dispute that. So all the indices we created are varied and reliable. However, we cannot generalize it that the whole continent, this is how APRM is doing, because we did the study in only 10 countries. Once again, lack of budget to cover all the other countries. So as my director has already alluded, once we are able to get more resources, we can even cover all the 26 countries. Then we can be able to come up with something that can reflect the continent, whether we have achieved our mandate or not. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything I've left out. Djibouti, I'm going to send the report to you immediately after this meeting. So please pardon me for that. I'm going to share with you. And yeah, I think I have made justice to all the questions. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
The minister from Uganda, I think the question was more the involvement of heads of state.
Yes.
If I understood him
okay,
well.
yeah, and also the funders, yeah.
Yeah.
So, since we were looking at the impact from the National Plan of Action perspective, unfortunately, we didn't design a questionnaire for the head of state. But our questionnaire went to the ministries, departments, and agencies that are in charge of the implementation of all the activities in the plan of action. And then the civil society organizations. So these were our target. So perhaps this will be a next recommendation that perhaps we need to reach out to the head of state themselves and also the funders. But unfortunately, we didn't cover them here in this particular exercise.
And I think the last question from the ambassador from Namibia in terms of whether the APRM has achieved its original mandate. And I think in one of your last recommendations that speaks to the heads of state, I think the last, if you could most probably repeat that one, because it surely calls for the involvement, where you, for example, is saying that the duties of the panel of eminent persons be reversed. I want you to put it in your language.
Okay. So we recently had a complaint from one of the countries that when the panel member came, there was no vibes in the country. The ministers were not even responding and all that. So perhaps in this particular country, they expected like somebody of that, somebody who is higher than a minister or, So that's how come this recommendation came, that perhaps it is time we revert. If once upon a time, the chair of APRM Forum goes on retirement, why can't we bring him back or bring her back to be a panel member? In that case, when he goes to the country, he's able to engage his peer and talk to him frankly. And that will also bring some kind of, how do you call it? Like people will be able to respond that this person is here, and they will attach some kind of relevance to the work of APRM. So this is basically the reason why this recommendation is coming out.
The seriousness.
The seriousness, yeah.
Ambassador Ashraf, did you want to? Okay. Mr. Program. Yes, I'm told that Mr. Kimemia was found to have connected, and although that we have gone through the validation of key recommendations and the findings, he was the person who has prepared for it, and I think we can just give him maybe 5-10 minutes, 5 minutes to do the appropriate. Mr. Kimemia?
Chair, can you hear me?
Clearly, yes.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a mission trying to be heard. I felt a bit marginalized, but I'm glad that my brother was equal to the task, and he made the presentation. I just wanted to react to the question asked by His Excellency Ambassador Mboti with regard to the relevance of the APRM. The original contemplation of the APRM was to promote good governance across the continent. Now, this is still work in progress. As we indicated in our findings, there have been dividends in terms of democratization in the participating countries. And one of the indicators of that is the implementation of pieces of legislation as recommended by the APRM during the review process. There have been major constitutional reviews that have been inspired by the APRM. And therefore, as the countries continue implementing these legislations and the constitutions that they are coming up with, we believe that we are continuously getting where we want to be. That is the promotion of good governance, as well as continuous improvement in service delivery performance in the participating countries. So I would say, without any fear of contradiction, that we are on the right path. Some jurisdictions are doing better than others, but with mutual cross-learning and continued peer reviews, I think we will be able to get where we need to go. And I was listening, Chair, to the various contributions earlier on, regarding issues of sustainability, financial sustainability of the mechanism and all that. And I think one of the things that you might find in the report is that we have also indicated that there is need to reconsider member states' annual contributions in order to secure the APRM's relative autonomy in operational matters. I don't think it's a double contribution when member states are required to contribute, to make this special contribution, because this mechanism is a special initiative. It's unlike those other initiatives in the sense that you require lots of political will. And I want to concur with those who think that the development partners might not be too inclined to support certain initiatives that they think are going to not be in their overall interest. So we need to take matters into our own hands. As Ambassador said earlier, we are our only friends. So we need to take matters into our own hands and ensure that we support the mechanism by reconsidering that issue of annual contributions to the mechanism. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kimamia, and thanks for making it a point to really come back when you were logged on. Maybe just a few remarks in conclusion. I think the study is surely a valid tool to make an assessment on the issue of the relevance and governance of the APRM. I think it has come out that it is the APRM is a valid body to enhance political accountability and also assisting in cascading governance to the local and grassroots levels. It would also help and assist us to do some progressive reviews of issues that are of pertinent importance to our people on the grassroots level. It has caused some improvements in the areas of governance, and I think the earlier warning systems that would normally come out of the reports would always help our governments to address the critical issues before they arise. I think what is necessary here is that we will be provided ultimately with a report, and as Samson said, once it is available, it will be available to the heads of state. It will go through the panel of eminent persons. It will come to us, to the national structures, in order to seek the implementation of those recommendations that would come out of that report. In summary, that is how I would have taken this report. Mr. Program Director, I would seek your guidance on the way forward. Maybe I wouldn't want to enter into an area of dismissing the meeting when it is not time to do so. We still have got session 6. This is outside. Okay, this is a different chapter. All right, shall I then close the meeting ultimately? And thank you all for your attention and your participation and the contributions that you have made. Thank you very much to the presenters and the colleagues that facilitated the meetings and the sessions before this one. Thank you to the technical people and the interpreters. Thank you all, even those out there that have made sure that we are physically improved in terms of our mentals and everything else. We would see you tomorrow, is it at 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock sharp. And I would have appealed that 9 o'clock be 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, and you have a good evening.